please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Kelly, would you call the roll?
Michael Polito.
Here.
James Shiloh.
Here.
Christian Copple.
Here.
Beth Marie Evans. Here. Alex Brados.
Here.
Eric Jones.
Present.
Alan Zantu.
Present.
The quorum is present.
So, good evening. As a reminder, our board governs by policy, which is aligned with state statute. It's essential that our practices reflect these policies, ensuring transparency, accountability, and effective governance. Only in a duly convened public meeting with a quorum present can the board govern as a whole. Where our practices and policies do not meet the current needs of the district, it's our responsibility to amend those policies where legally allowable to better serve our community and align with our strategic plan. Our mission is to empower all learners to succeed in their world, and our vision is to provide an ideal learning experience where students and staff are engaged and want to come back the next day. Our board policies and actions should reflect that mission and vision. The first item on the agenda is the consent agenda. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda as proposed? It's minutes of the regular meeting February 25th, minutes of executive session February 25th, bills payable, the 2025-2026 membership in IHSA, and the middle school and high school choir trip to the 2025 National ACDA Conference.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing no discussion, Kelly, would you call the roll?
Brados.
Yes.
Jones.
Yes.
Zantu.
Yes.
Shiloh.
Yes.
Copple.
Yes.
Evans.
Yes.
DeVito.
Yes.
Motion carried.
The next item on the agenda is the NIA consent agenda. Is there a motion to approve the NIA consent agenda composed of the NIA Treasurer's Report, the NIA Bills Payable, the NIA Personnel Report, and the NIA Contract/Vendor Agreement Report? So moved. Jones?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing no discussion, Kelly, would you call the roll?
Jones.
Yes.
Zantu.
Yes.
Shiloh.
Yes.
Copple.
Yes.
Evans.
Yes.
Brados.
Yes.
DeVito.
Yes.
Motion carried.
The next item on the agenda is audience to visitors. If you wish to address the board this evening, please raise your hand. When called upon, kindly state your name and address. Limit your comments to 3 minutes. Please refrain from mentioning specific names during your remarks. In accordance with the Illinois Open Meetings Act, the board cannot engage in deliberative discussion or take immediate action on items not listed on the agenda. However, we want to assure you that your comments are important to us and will be taken into consideration. Thanks for your understanding. Is there anyone at this time who'd like to address the board? Go ahead. Would you state your name and address, please?
Marion Fisher, 1428 Larson Street here in Sycamore.
Thank you.
Good evening. A lot of you, if not probably all of you, have no clue who I am. My name is Marion Fisher, and I'm a senior here at Sycamore High School. For a brief rundown of my academic career, I'm a current AP student considering into biology. Sycamore's educational motto, empowering all students to succeed in their world, which I'm sure all of you saw on the signs walking in here, is inspiring. However, for most of us, especially as high school and college students, the world right now is daunting, terrifying, and any other synonym you can think of for scary. With this in mind, I would like to address an issue that seems to be overlooked. Science, as we know it, is not going away. If anything, it's evolving. As we navigate an era defined by rapid technological advancement, scientific innovation, and global challenges, a strong foundation in science is more critical than ever. AP science courses, such as biology, chemistry, and physics, offer students a rigorous college-level curriculum that fosters critical thinking, problem-solving, and analytical reasoning. These courses go beyond rote memorization, encouraging students to apply scientific principles to real-world scenarios that those of us who go into the science-related field will have to face one day. Moreover, AP Science provides a competitive edge in college admissions, demonstrating a student's ability to handle advanced material and academic challenges. Many institutions also recognize high AP exam scores for their college credit, allowing students to accelerate their education while reducing tuition costs. Because let's face it, college is very expensive and very difficult to afford. Without my academic edge, I do not believe I would be able to attend a top university with a major in biology next year in preparation for one day going to med school. AP Science courses inspire intellectual curiosity and prepare students for careers in medicine, engineering, environmental science, and countless other fields. By equipping young minds with skills necessary to innovate and problem solve, these courses play a vital role in shaping the next generation of leaders in science and technology, especially as we see the numbers of women in STEM increase. not only as participants, but as leaders and trailblazers. As educators, students, and advocates for academic excellence, it is crucial that we continue to support and promote the importance of advanced science placement education. These courses are not merely academic stepping stones, they are an investment in the future of scientific discovery, progress, and also the change of the world. Thank you.
Thank you very much for speaking. Is there anyone else who'd like to address the board? Yes, would you state your name and your address,
My
please?
name is Lily Jones. My address is 16109 Mount Hunger Road, Sycamore. Good evening. I'm a current junior at Sycamore High School. Recently, when I found out that essential advanced science courses are not running next year, it was a huge blow. These classes include advanced chemistry, AP bio, and dual credit bio. For my first year in high school, when I signed up for honors bio and began the advanced science track, I knew that it was something I loved and wanted to pursue later in life. It was severely disheartening when I found out that the only science classes that I hadn't taken wouldn't be running next year. This makes me feel unprepared, knowing that I'll be going into college having taken a year off of science because my high school wasn't able to give me the opportunity. I feel like I'm being set up to fail. But this isn't something that is only affecting me and my future. Year after year after year, advanced science courses at the high school don't run. And the kids that's affecting are the students who want to go on to become our future surgeons, chemical engineers, geneticists, biomedical engineers, microbiologists, and more. These students are the ones the most passionate about science in the school, and yet their opportunities to learn are not being protected. These are also the kids who are likely to apply at highly competitive colleges, and they will lose their edge when they're not prepared for this next step. It is upsetting me that this is a recurring problem that continues to happen and nothing is being done about it. 2 years ago, AP Bio didn't run. This year, Advanced Chemistry didn't run. And next year, neither of them will run. I respectfully request that you find a way to get these classes to run next year. It's not that we don't have enough students, it's that we've lost guidance and support from the school leaders who should be protecting our educational opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else who'd like to address the board?
Hi, my name is Clara Worsing, and I live at 412 South Main Street, Sycamore, Illinois. So, as my classmates have touched on, there are many students who are being affected by the cutting of these advanced science classes. I'm one of these students. I also entered the advanced science track my freshman year, and in that, I discovered a love for environmental science. As an adult, I'd like to go into environmental law. Similar to Lily, I discovered that when these classes were cut, I would also have to take a year off of science. This is extremely concerning for me because I don't know if I'll be able to handle college if I take a whole year off. I speak for my classmates when I say that these classes are essential for us, and I would really appreciate it if the board can take that into account and continue to allow us to have these classes.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else who'd like to address the board? Yes, would you state your name and address?
My name's Mary Fisher, and I live at 16109 Mount Hunger Road. This is my daughter, Lillian Jones. The fact that advanced science classes do not consistently run year after year at our high school is an example of our district and school leaders breaching their responsibility to our students. For students planning on majoring in science in college, a missed year of core science in high school is unacceptable, especially their senior year when they're about to make the leap to college academics. To have a gap in instruction also seems to be a violation of board policy. Section 6.6 curriculum content states, in grades 9 through 12, subjects include language arts, writing intensive courses, science, mathematics, social studies, foreign language, etc. This policy doesn't say subjects might include if we can figure it out. It says subjects include, which means all of these subjects should be available for all students of all academic levels, all 4 years. That our administrators have not taken the initiative to fix this ongoing problem is a failure of leadership, especially when fixes are so simple. Advanced science classes could easily be run in alternate years. It's likely that any student wanting to take AP Bio would also be interested in advanced chem. Students could then plan which year they'd take which class. 8 students signed up for advanced chem next year, and we heard it's not running. It also didn't run this year, but how many kids signed up this year? It's possible that class could have run if these students had been grouped together and been provided support by the adults who should have been protecting their interests. However, I also believe these classes should be running regardless of how many students are in them. And that's because board policy, section 6.4 curriculum development, states that a minimum of 10 high school students must be enrolled in vocational courses and 15 in academic courses, except for sequential courses, in order for a course to be offered. I think it's fair to argue that AP Bio and Advanced Chemistry for advanced science students are 100% the next sequential course in their course of study. As a parent who has watched this issue play out now with 2 of my children, I respectfully request that our district run both AP Bio and Advanced Chemistry for these students next year, instead of dropping support of and responsibility for them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Would anyone else like to address the board at this time? Would you kindly state your name and address, please?
Steve Worsing, 412 South Main Street. You've heard my daughter's perspective. I'd like to give you mine. In the last 18 months, I've been to 6 colleges. 7 will be coming up soon. My kids are only here as part of school. These things may be known to you, but they were interesting to me, and I think they apply here. Different schools. Illinois State, the young lady that showed us around. Her school offered dual credit AP courses, but substantially more than Sycamore. I also found out at a university in Iowa that every college has a rating system for high schools. So a 4-point here, well, that's not a 4-point there. So I think about time. I did some math. 30 years ago, I left this building and I went to the Sycamore High School. I went to a few advanced classes at the high school. One of them saved me in college. I think about next week, or later this week, you'll have a gymnasium full of kids at the Science Olympiad, excited, ready to go, with maybe nowhere to go. So advanced courses, the number of kids, these are all really detailed managerial things that need to be looked at. My perspective is, maybe many of you, some of you live here because of the reputation in part, the reputation of the Sycamore School District. It's a better choice. We have to be careful about offering less, especially as you look at challenging times ahead. We have to be priority driven. Managerial, economic concerns are absolute. But kids going to colleges that high potential and they weren't prepared is a problem. And you need to recognize that as you work your way through all the details. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Would anyone else like to address the board at this time? We'll move on to the next item on the agenda. Let me just say that I understand how absolutely difficult it is to speak in front of a large group of people, and I have to say you guys did an excellent job, and you're very brave for doing that. So thank you for taking the time out of your day to come and speak to us during the public comment. The next item on the agenda here is the superintendent report. So, pass that over to you.
Several reports. There's a change. The board knows this. The audience may not recognize this. We've tended to use a slide deck to include some of this information. We've changed that, moved that to kind of a memo format. So those are included in the board packet. Those will be public information. Building and department updates are provided by building leaders, so you guys have an opportunity to see those. There was a facilities update, particularly on the administration building, which some of you may have noticed had some roof issues over the weekend due to the high winds. But that's all been addressed. A lot of hours over the weekend to address those. I was over there this afternoon and talked to Mr. Winter. Already working with our insurance company to get that rectified and get that sealed up. So that's in progress, should not impact the move to the new building after spring break. Can pause there for a second. Any questions on the facility update?
No, if I can make a comment on the building update. Did have a discussion, first it was, well, I guess related to the facilities update, I was there when Spartan Food Pantry opened up for their second time last Wednesday. It was beautiful to see. Still working through the mess because there's some painting going on, but did have a discussion with Ms. Tucker while I was there, who's our MTSS coordinator, who was talking about this new curriculum that's listed in the EC5 board update, who sounded very excited with the work that's going on with that. I know the announcement just went out on Parent Square that everyone probably got relating to the implementation of that new curriculum. She seemed very eager to get the chance to come present that to the board, which I assume is going to be coming as we launch the committee that we're talking about later. So just wanted to share that they are very excited to come in here and get to speak to the board and share more about that. Just wanted to share that on her behalf.
There's also memos in there about district goals and strategic planning progress. The board knows, the audience may not, that we're engaged in the strategic planning process last year. Wrapped that up over the summer, so I provided an update on the work that the district has done, not quite through the end of the school year, but just an update. Young authors recognition is going to take place at the schools. So principals have made arrangements to get that taken care of. We recognize the 4 students who were selected from their age groups who excelled in writing. So we'll do that at the buildings. Board members are welcome to attend that. We've got plaques for those. It's been renamed the Jim Donbeck Young Authors Achievement Award in Writing, if I remember correctly. Jim loved to talk about the books when he had the opportunity. So we're going to recognize students in schools. That'll happen at the end of this week. Staff recognition will be May 29th at the new building. So we're going to do that in the atrium. I thought that would be a great environment to do that. It'll have a little bit of music going there. It'll be really open house format. So anybody who's going to be honored, who's reaching a milestone or retiring, is going to be getting an invitation. They're welcome to bring a guest, but it's open to the community as well. So it'll happen on May 29th at I believe it's at 6 o'clock. Student recognition has been a little bit of a challenge. Doing that outside of a board meeting has been a little tricky. Gotten some feedback. Most of those students who are recognized are athletes, participants in athletics. Been a little troublesome to try to figure out a good way to do that. The request or the suggestion has been to try to do that as soon as possible after the season's over. It's tricky to do that with all the seasons, all of the fall seasons don't always all end at the same time. Same with winter, same with spring. So a little tricky. Open to suggestions or ideas if any board members have any suggestions for student recognition.
Could the board members attend the student banquets? If we had them all on a calendar in advance, I'd be happy to go and recognize them there. I think we need to personally recognize the students where they're at. If they already have some sort of recognition program, which a lot of the sports I know do, if we could just have those dates in advance, perhaps we could go to that. I know that's what other boards have done too.
Just because I've had a couple students in activities, and some of you may have it as well, they don't always set that. There's not a calendar of all the end of the season banquets. So it's kind of when the season is over, they pick a date and a time to work, and not every single activity has an end of season banquet. So the board would just need to keep that in mind.
I think to your point, Alex, I think there's a real opportunity if we can get a better understanding of when these events are happening, and when it's appropriate for like the board to have a place there and do some recognition. I know like what you're saying, Steve, there's a lot of stuff going on at various points, and so like young authors, it's during the workday, that's tough. But at the same time, even if we took and we had enough advance notice and we took like a big 12-month calendar of just the events that we know at a high level exist, we've plotted those out, and then we just made a diligent effort to try to break it up in advance. I think there might be some opportunity to just work within the existing structure, and maybe the board can bring a commemorative plaque, or maybe the board can bring something, and not, a board member can say something or present something, but ultimately so it's organically fit into the existing infrastructure. But like you said, Alex, there's an opportunity for a calendar there. Another idea, and this is something I talked to a few other school districts on, is if we allocated a few minutes during every single board meeting, and that time was devoted solely to recognizing nominated students from an academic achievement standpoint. In the past, I know we've done some various forms of that, but if we could come up with like a consistent regimen that happens at every single board meeting, and we allocate, like Meridian, they set aside 5 minutes, and they work through and they have like a board recognition piece. Kind of like we have our honorary doctorate for the board. There could be a recognition thing that we develop or create. So those are just some spitball ideas, but eager to hear if you guys have anything.
That would be a good idea, because we have to consider where the students are gonna be at. Like, are they gonna show up at, we should have it where they're showing up at. Because I know in times past, some of them wouldn't all be here when Jim recognized them. So, I don't know if there is something where they're all present, but I do like the idea of the 5 minutes at each board meeting, because that would give them an opportunity to come if they want to. But like Steve said, if we have too many different things going on all over the place, it's gonna be hard for us to be there. But we're at every board meeting, so, and we're the ones recognizing them, so it would make more sense to do it at the board meeting, in my opinion.
Okay. Any other comments? Yeah, go ahead.
I've got some. And I know there was a lot of back and forth online today. We solicited a lot of input, which was all good. But I want to say I was very disappointed by today's memorandums outlining significant changes to the board's policy or practice of recognizing student achievements as a collective body during public meetings where the media, staff, parents, and community members can be present to share in the successes of our students. While there's certainly merit in moving some of those celebrations closer to the students' peers, there are some advantages and disadvantages to that approach that deserve to be discussed at the board level. If our board claims to govern by policies that provide the framework for decision-making and ensure transparency, then we can't be selective about the policies that we choose to follow, and we can't have unilateral decisions being made behind closed doors. Policies 6330 and 5110 at a minimum outline the board's role in recognizing student achievement and staff service. Multiple board members sought out public input today regarding recognition practices. And we got a lot of great and valuable feedback, some affirming our previous practices and some offering areas for improvement, which many of you mentioned here, and all of those are valid. Some of those highlights included recognizing the value of leaving the boardroom, as many of you mentioned. Some was finding a special time outside of the school day to be intentional about the way we recognize people. Some is being fair in our recognition of student accomplishment, which I believe is also in our board policy on that. Some is being consistent in our recognition practices. And some was finding ways to recognize the significant challenges that our non-traditional learners also have to overcome in finding their own path to excellence. Obviously, this is a daunting task. The high school and middle school alone count 80 clubs, 23 athletic sports, and even more teams. 319 kids at the high school took enriched and honors courses, and none of that accounts for our IEP students who overcome their own personal challenges in a way that should be met with similar acknowledgement. All this to say, making the bold claim that we're going to do this right and do it well should not be made lightly. We can and should look at our policy and with the public's patience find ways to move forward toward a more comprehensive approach, but it's going to take work. I was recently up in Harvard, and here I'll pass these out. Sorry, my printer appears to be internally hemorrhaging, so forgive me on that. But I was up in Harvard for my son's music ensemble performance, and hanging on the walls of their high school at almost every term was this cum laude. Sorry, did I one short you? Sorry, share. Was this cum laude graduation achievement? Every wall, everywhere you turned in the high school had this up there. I've provided the text from that just so that you can see, but it covers a variety of areas that extend well beyond just academics. There's stuff in there for community service, capstone courses, earning credits, number of credits that you earn, extracurricular activities, GPA, and I'm not suggesting that that is our model. But I think that we have a good framework in the portrait of a Spartan that our district just spent a lot of time developing, and I think that there's probably a way that we can come up with to honor students across the spectrum for their achievements in those 8 areas that are what we think an ideal Spartan embodies. And it wouldn't be limited just to our athletic stars or our academic stars, but to everybody who's going out of their way to try and be the ideal Sycamore Spartan. Nothing that I've said today should take away from the recognition we're about to bestow on our students and staff, and especially our young authors. This week is about them, and we shouldn't let the late hour of this change impact their celebration. But I would recommend that we commit as a board to reviewing this policy through the established policy committee to find a way to make it unique to us, a local policy. Thank you.
Which policy did you want to refer for review?
Well, the last 3 items on the agenda, 504, 505, and 506, directly tie into board policies 6330 and 5110. I believe 6330 is student achievement and 5110 is staff service recognition.
I'll move to direct the policy committee to review items 504, 505, and 506 on tonight's agenda.
I'll second that.
Moved and seconded, is there any discussion?
If we'd like to defer to the policy committee, I'm happy to take it on, as obviously made the motion, but I would like to know how we would like to recognize the students collectively, because personally, I didn't like the board meetings. If we wanted to do it at the board meetings, that's fine. It just, the attendance wasn't super high. Historically, it seems like we get 50% of athletes, maybe even a little below that here. So where do we think, and this would be for the policy committee meeting, where do we think the best venue for recognizing student athletes and student academic excellence would be? I'd just be curious on thoughts.
Well, we have to think about where they're gonna show up at, and that's the thing, if they know, at least they would know. If you come to the board meeting, would you come tonight to be recognized, unless we're gonna have some special thing for them, but are they gonna show up?
It's usually Tuesday.
'Cause
at
how
7,
important-
It's just an inconvenient time for
Yeah.
a student.
Do you feel like then,
But I don't
like,
know.
is this something you could bring to the Spartan Senate, like that committee, and ask them? Because, you know, my only thing is then they know that board meeting's happening, and if they wanna come, they can. But I know what you're saying, a lot of times they didn't show up, so, but if everything's all over the place, we have, you know, one season ending here, and, you know, different things happening at different times.
Yeah.
How could we get student feedback on what they would like for their recognition, and what they would show up for?
It also sounds like there's maybe 2 different types of recognition that we're talking about. Some that's recognition for things that already exist. Eric, it sounded like you might have been speaking about a separate board level type of recognition.
Well, I mean, the policy calls for being fair in the way that we recognize, and it's easy to look at a sports team that gets first or second or some state level accolade to say, they get an award for that, right? We've just been trained from youth, trophies come out at that point in time. I think it's a little bit more difficult when you look at some of the other individualized achievements that people may have that don't make the headlines. You know, our publication today from the middle school outlined 12 students of the month at the middle school. What was special about what they did? Why does one deserve merit over another? And I'm not saying that any of us think that it does. I'm just recognizing that as we had conversations with the public today online, it became clear that, one, that there's people that don't even realize that we have filled this room multiple times a year with award nights, right? I mean, James, you were here, I don't remember when those stopped, but certainly several of the board members have at least been here. It's the most packed I've seen this room, the most engaged I've seen the community. Granted, they all left after that and didn't stick around to see the rest of the business, and I don't blame them. But to just dismiss that nobody's gonna come and we're not giving them a chance to be honored in front of the community by canceling that and saying, well, we'll come to your school and your 10 classmates can see it. Maybe both are valid. I'm just suggesting that instead of this decision being made by one board member, that we punt it to the policy committee. Don't change anything about this week, that's set. But let's get together and talk about this, because there's a lot at stake here, because we're either gonna fail trying, because I don't think there's a way to recognize all 4,000 students, 5,000 students individually. But I would like this cum laude achievement at Harvard, I think that there's a way separate from specifically sports or academics where we can say, here are the things we want you to be, right? We spent all this time developing the list. Now how do we acknowledge people that accomplish it? And that at least provides a pathway for every student, regardless of academic merit, regardless of athletic achievement, to be able to say, I did it. I did all the things that you told me made a good person, made a good Spartan. Where's my recognition for that? And I don't know what it looks like. I don't know if it's every year. I don't know if it's cumulative at the end of K through 12. Now you earned it. Now you get it on your way out the door. But I think there's room for discussion. And if it's a policy committee, if it's a separate subcommittee, I just think it's something that we should be intentional about.
It would also be nice to hear from the students, like how they achieve their goal. Like have them say something, even if it's brief, rather than just putting something around their neck and saying, thank you, you know, but to hear how, so that it would encourage other students, and even maybe other people that are listening, you know, that want to achieve goals. Because some of them are really awesome. I mean, we have 4 students that are going to Dallas. That's really big. I mean, you know, and we like to hear from them, like, how did you achieve this? I just think it's awesome. We do need to do more with recognizing the students so that it inspires others to want to do more than just come to school and get through the day and so they can go out and do whatever. So, yeah, it would be, if we could do something where it would even encourage their friends to want to come and see them recognized.
So Eric, the policy reference is an instructional policy typically used by administrators and teachers. Section 8 relates more to the board's involvement with the community. Referring these items to the policy committee, is your expectation that the policy committee is going to brainstorm solutions to this problem, or is this something that you have ideas on what you'd like them to write into policy specifically?
I don't have any ideas. I just read 6330 that said the superintendent shall maintain a uniform process for secondary schools to calculate on at least, well, sorry, that's the wrong, awards and honors. The superintendent shall maintain a uniform process for presenting awards and honors for outstanding scholarship, achievement, and or distinguished service.
And has that not happened? Is that what you're thinking, that we need to review that? Is that
I'm saying, how does young authors not fall under that?
No, I definitely think it falls under that.
Okay.
So is it not happening? Is the superintendent?
I'm saying this says the
failing that?
superintendent will, and I just got a memorandum that the board president said he's gonna change how the board does this business as opposed to the policy, which says superintendent will dictate.
So I was the one board member you were referring to that's doing things differently, is that what you're?
That's what my memorandum today said, that the board president has elected to change how all of this is done. I'm merely pointing out that the policy says that either the superintendent or the board decides that. I didn't get a choice in that matter. That's all I'm saying.
So, because the memorandum I have didn't say those things at all. That's interesting, because I'm reading here a discussion of preference regarding board meetings for board action, and that was delegated to the superintendent, so, per policy. So I'm a little confused if there's a particular line that you want to read from the memo that referenced me single-handedly making that decision. I'd love to hear it.
In alignment with Mr. DeVito's preference, young authors recognition was removed from the board agenda.
So,
It doesn't say board's preference.
so is the problem then with the superintendent's choice to act in alignment with preference of an agenda setting, or is the problem with the policy? That's I guess my question.
I guess I don't understand the semantics that we're
I don't
we're
understand
arguing
how
here.
this is a policy issue. I think that it isn't a policy issue.
My issue is that the board has had this presentation in this room for years, 6, 8, 10 years. We've done things a certain way. Call it practice, call it policy, I don't care. Suddenly it changed this year. One person made that change. It was never discussed here at the board level. So I'm just trying to understand, if we're governing by policy and policy doesn't dictate it, then we're not governing by policy. We're governing by preference. That's fine. I just want to be clear about it.
What's interesting is, since October, the vice president, you, have been sitting at all the agenda setting meetings, and all of the agendas have been going out to the entire board for review and consideration prior to the public. So I'm a little confused why right now this is of particular importance to you.
Because it's
and
on
it
the
wasn't
agenda tonight.
important. And you were a part of that agenda setting process, were you not?
Yep.
And you've been a part of every process up until. So if it was something that you thought should come up, wouldn't that opportunity have been when we added it to the agenda?
So the issues, I didn't bring it up last week when the agenda got set
I guess
up.
I'm just wondering why right this very moment this issue is very important to you. And this wasn't important to you 2 weeks ago.
I know
But-
we're open for the policy discussion as a motion, but I would like to have a discussion of maybe having an ad hoc committee looking at student celebration, because I think there's lots of good discussion here, obviously a lot of interest in it, and lots of ways that we might approach it, and perhaps that's a better approach for us to work towards finding some good solutions. And then maybe we
Yes.
can bring others in, whether it be the student government side, or teachers and staff and administration, but maybe there's a nice opportunity to get some collaboration together.
I think I would offer the administration in terms of making recommendations. I don't know that Spartan Senate wouldn't be necessarily a bad idea, but I'd love to get feedback from all levels, you know, elementary,
Right.
middle school, and high school. And And we do a lot of recognition already. Our middle school has their awards night in the spring, high school has an awards night in the spring. Elementary does various recognitions throughout the year. So I'd be glad to be part of that committee or gather feedback from the leadership team, staff, students. I think is a good idea, Beth mentioned, so I'd be
Yeah.
glad to help with that.
I, for one, missed seeing the young authors' writings and their little pictures. And I miss seeing that. We didn't get that in our packet this time, so is there a way I can go see that? Do I need to go to a certain place to see what they wrote?
We do so there's gonna be recognition at North Grove, the middle school, and South Prairie. South Prairie, we had to adjust the calendar, but I'll make sure the board has dates, times, you're welcome to show up. It's
Okay.
8:30, 9:30, Thursday at 8:30 at North Grove, Thursday, 9:30 here at the middle school, and then Friday, 9:30, if I remember correctly. Friday, we see South Prairie in the back. So Friday at 9:30 at South Prairie, welcome to attend.
So the ad hoc committee that you're talking about forming, I think sounds like a really great avenue for it, and then it could potentially produce a recommendation for policy or maybe just a board practice. Is there any other discussion on this?
Unless everyone wants to be involved, and this is just a discussion topic for next month's meeting. Either one's
I
fine with me.
do.
but
I want to be involved.
I mean, it seems like something that there's a lot of interest in. But either one's fine with me.
I have no interest in it, Frank. Whatever the, I prefer not, so I'll rescind my motion, I prefer not to deal with it. I thought what we were.
We'll take a vote on it, but yeah, so okay. Christian, do you have anything?
I think an ad hoc committee works really well. I think roping in those interested in it is going to be great, getting some feedback from the community and from the students themselves, and how they would like to be recognized. So, I mean, everything's already been said, so I'm
I just think it's an
the ad hoc
issue,
committee.
but.
I don't rescind my second. I think it is an issue. And I said what I said, and I stand always on what I say.
So the original motion was to refer these items to the policy committee. It sounds like it's the interest of the group to form an ad hoc committee specifically tasked with it. There's a motion, there's a second, we've got discussion. All in favor of referring these items to the policy committee, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say aye.
Aye.
All right,
Oh,
motion
I'm
failed.
sorry. I meant
I understand
ad
what
hoc.
you're-
You understand what I meant. Okay.
So
good.
is there a motion now to create an ad hoc committee to review this item with a date to be set in April? So moved.
Second,
Moved and seconded. Any discussion?
great idea.
Sounds good.
Yes.
All in
I
favor?
concur. Great
Aye.
idea. Aye.
All right. Steve, I think there was some student fee items that we didn't get to yet.
Yeah, just the last two, student fees and building use fees fall under 5.07, 5.08. Under board policy, they are required to be recommended to the board, not necessarily approved. Oscar fees are the only ones that are being adjusted. Everything else is staying the same, but we presented all the fees just for your review. So any questions about these?
They didn't seem to increase by that $2. It's not that bad.
Yeah, I think it was pretty reasonable.
Yeah, okay.
It's worth it, right?
And it
The cost of running out, the expenses always go up a little bit, so it helps to defray those costs, yeah.
Did the increase in fees offset the increase in the expenses in running the program?
I doubt that. I think it's getting us closer, but I think it also depends on how many students are in the program and what the expenses are for next year. And the increase in fees are for next year.
I guess what I mean, will the fees cover the entire program? But was the increase comparable? So if the program costs 5% more to run, did the fees go up 5%?
I don't have that answer off the top of my head, no, but I can get it for you.
Yes, please.
Yeah.
And then for enrollment, I mean, we don't really have any issues with enrollment for those programs. Those fill out pretty quick. There's always a wait list.
Yeah. Some are Oscar Junior for sure, and then, but the regular Oscar filled up pretty quickly.
And I'd like to see, I guess maybe an update on enrollment figures and numbers. If we could get just like a little report on that, that'd be good.
Sure. Just last year, 5 years, 3 years? Do you have a preference, a window? Kristen, do you have a window that you're looking at? 3 years, 5 years? for
That's
enrollment?
3 years, yeah, that'd be fine. Just to see, and I assume it, what I've noticed is, like, I think in previous years, it's always run green, like Mr. Judge was saying, but I just like to make sure.
Yeah.
I think it's an excellent program to offer.
Yeah. That's all I've got.
All right, next item on the agenda is board reports. So there's a FOIA report on here, and a FOIA answer. There is, looks like some insurance questions, kind of good timing with that roof, so. Anything on board reports? Anybody have anything they want to report out on?
Did we cover planning and zoning last night? We just had a meeting 4 days ago. So. I think we did. Oh, well, planning and zoning met a week and a half ago. There were some updates to sign ordinances and development, PAPIS development.
Oh, yeah.
That we did talk about that? Okay. I rescind my word. Committee report.
Anything else? All right, we're chugging along. So first item on old business is item 701, which is the approval of Press 117 policy revisions for second reading. So the policy committee presented press policy revisions at the February 25th meeting for the board's review. This is just the second reading of that. The recommended action is to approve the Press 117 revisions as presented. So is there a motion to approve the Press 117 policy revisions as presented?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion?
Thanks for all your hard work, you guys, on the policy committee. Great work.
You do it.
All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right. Motion passes. All right. The next item on the agenda is, let's see. Oh, yep. We jumped out. Thank you. Yeah. Approval of board review policy revisions, second reading. So the board policy committee presented additional board policies for review. Again, recommended changes. These are back from November. Is there a motion to approve the policy revisions for second reading from the November 2024 meeting?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion?
So I have, since we're out of order, I'm out of order now too. On the 117 revisions, there was a change, a very, very minor change. Instead of pre-K, our attorneys recommended we refer to some programs as kindergarten through 12. The policy committee wanted to change it to pre-K through 12. However, pre-K is recognized as a district program and isn't technically a district class, if that makes sense. So we reverted back to referencing when we talk about the whole district as a kindergarten through 12 district. So that, very minor, I just figured we can sell the second reading because the change was so small, but just wanted to disclose it.
Thank you for the clarification.
Thank you.
Any other comments? All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, passes. Go on to 703, the superintendent evaluation process. The hard work that that ad hoc committee did, our ad hoc committee, well in swing. It seemed to be working well. The recommended action is to approve the superintendent evaluation process as presented as a protocol draft to be included, or as a protocol to be included in the handbook. Is there a motion to approve that process?
So moved.
Second.
Second. Any discussion?
Thanks to Alan
Great
for
job.
getting
Yes.
this
Thank you.
and putting the work in.
Very nice.
Thank you, Ellen. It's very good. Very, very good.
All in
Also, I
favor?
do have
Oh, yeah.
a question. For the board, is this something, since we're approving this timeline, the evaluation timeline, we want to reference this timeline in our calendar now? Update the calendar to reflect this, because we currently have a timeline, but I think there's some additional
Yeah.
stuff here. Do we want to add that into our calendar?
I think so. Yeah, that'd be a good idea.
Okay.
Does the board want to approve that change, or is it enough to just say that we have just general consensus to adjust the calendar? I think probably.
Consensus.
Yeah, okay.
Sounds good.
Okay.
So moved.
All right. All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, we'll move on to 704, approval of the revision to policy 2150 to include the business services and learning and teaching board committees. Recommended action is to approve the revision to policy 2150. This is for second reading. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion?
I would hope that this committee would oversee any changes to staffing or curriculum. And this would hopefully prevent any last minute changes or last minute changes made notice to the board. I guess that's all I'd say. I think this will help us have a more collaborative system of review as opposed to an informational one. So I would hope that the board would see, we'd like to, the administration's proposing these changes, get an endorsement, the administration is halfway through or something, making changes to staffing or curriculum, or piloting a new program, and then administration recommends accepting or approving the pilot program or a change to curriculum. That's practice I know St. Charles uses. It works well over there. I think it worked well over here, and I'm excited to start doing this work if the board so chooses.
Absolutely. Thank you, Alex.
I also think it provides a nice avenue for the community to get a little bit more involved in some of those things. Obviously, there was some really good discussion today, but not a lot of back and forth, but this would allow for that in the future. So I think it's a really nice move. I know we also talked a little bit last time about how these things would be led. Did we come to consensus on that? I just want to confirm.
Right now, the president would lead them, and then as we became more comfortable in discussing and kind of taking on those roles, other board members would fill in, and it can happen quickly. I mean, it's just a matter of getting it started, getting the ball rolling.
Yeah, that's great.
Yes, because it is important. It is important we have the curriculum that was mentioned tonight. I will say that because I have a son that attended Sycamore School, like, it's been a long time. He's been out of school for a long time. He's an instructor now with his PhD at NIU, but he was really challenged and in a lot of trouble all the time because there wasn't higher level math for him. So I will say that I do agree that we should have curriculum that really reaches the student, or that the students that need it will have it. You know, the higher level math, the higher level science, because I experienced that myself years ago. So it is probably something we need to strive for, to have these higher level courses available for students that need them. Because I know Scott was doing college level algebra in 8th grade. He was capable of it. So that was one of the problems I had with him, and I'm certainly not gonna blame his behavior on the school, because that was him. But he also wasn't challenged, so he got frustrated saying, I'm bored. He wouldn't do his homework because it was too boring, because it didn't challenge him. He already knew that, and he's still kind of a know-it-all, even as an adult with a PhD. But anyway, we hear you. I just want to say that, and I know we're not supposed to answer you, but we hear you. And I do have to say that tonight, because it breaks my heart sometimes, and I'll say that as a board member, that we're not supposed to answer the public, but it must be really frustrating to come to a meeting and speak, and things that are really, you feel really passionate about and are really on your heart, and feel like you're not being heard because you're not answered. So if I'm in trouble or whatever for saying that, I'm okay with it. I said what I said.
Any other comments on this?
When will the board, without this committee or with it, approve the final staffing plan?
April. Yeah, so we were in a little bit of a limbo after the finance presentation, the retreat last Thursday, but we got an updated calendar, and it looks like there's meetings, and topics will be, my understanding is that topics will be assigned to those meetings, but April, we're gonna move forward with the previous plan, which was to present to the entire board. For the most part, the district, the financial plan that we presented to you and Eric in the past that you guys have seen. So the whole board will get that. That'll include any staffing changes that we're aware of right now. So we've been finalizing that. We've met with all of the leadership team members and gathered all that information, and now we're in the process of finalizing that. But April 22nd will be when that's presented to the board.
Will that include curriculum changes? Like, for instance, the pilot program switching from Eureka to the new software, or Bridges, yeah, or
That will go through also on April 22nd, just in order to get that approved so that we can move forward with purchasing materials, planning for professional development and training and things like that. just because we're in spring and it's a time where that needs to be done, so it's a little urgent.
Yeah.
But in the future, the plan is to present that to the Learning and Teaching Committee and gather feedback that way. When there's a change in curriculum, annually, also on April 22nd, we'll present to the board, and we'll get in the habit, this is a change in expectation, but we're certainly gonna comply with that. A list of all the core resources that we use district-wide, K through 12. So that'll be shared with the board as well.
And finally, staffing changes, does that mean just reductions or increases to FTE, or changes to the courses offered for students, or both? I mean, I'm hoping to see both. but I'm
Staffing
not sure if
is
that was the
a separate issue. Those recommendations, whether it's, well, I can tell you we don't have protections, those would have had to have been.
Sure, I mean, in
but-
general, yeah.
Yeah, any changes to staffing is gonna be presented, that's part of the financial plan. The master schedule is something that is delegated to administration at the high school, middle school, as well as K-5. So how the resources of the staffing plan is put together to implement the master schedule is something that the administration oversees. So I don't know if that answers your question or not.
I guess ultimately, when will the board accept or reject the administration's proposal to eliminate for the next year the advanced science courses?
I don't think we've made a proposal to do that. Like, I know we haven't
Okay.
made a proposal to do that. I don't think the master schedule's set yet.
Yeah.
So, but
It would be on the master schedule, one way or another, is ultimately what I'm.
at some point,
all the-
and we're nearing
Sure.
that point where the master schedule
Sure.
needs to be set, but that includes every course at the high school for 1,200 students, 7 periods a day,
Yeah.
sometimes more. It's a daunting task that they've been working on since January.
Yeah.
So, the board's never approved the master schedule, and it's not in board policy anywhere that the board would approve the master schedule. Ultimately, if the board has direction for the administration, please give us that so we can implement that in the master schedule. And one of the comments tonight that was made was there's a board policy that stipulates some requirements in terms of number of requests for some classes.
Yeah.
So we're living within those, those guidelines, but that course master at the high school in specific is the most complex, is still being finalized.
I don't know if it's a possibility, but is there any ever cooperation between NIU and a high school, with the high school students for an instructor from NIU to work with offering, making sure these classes are available? So like, let's say we only have 10 students that can work at this level, because I know all students can't. And then that's why we have programs like KC, which is great, but I don't even know if that can be a thing. It just came to my mind, I mean, where.
It usually
the
works
stu-
the other way, where if students are looking for advanced coursework that we don't offer, there have been opportunities to work with NIU. Nick could probably speak to that better than I could with his experience at the high school.
Yeah, in both math and science in the past, we have worked with NIU to give kids opportunities, KISH as well, through the IMSA program, and that's another one. So it's not just the courses we have offered here for advanced.
Just to make sure they have those opportunities
Yeah.
and they're not without them for a whole year, as was mentioned.
I do think it'll be a good discussion in the future. We're becoming a little far astray, and I guess I will too, but I know there's in the policy that 15 students is the threshold. It would be good, and maybe in this committee, in the future, to understand, is that the correct number? I don't know how it was come to. Is it really limiting and creating challenges, some of which were described today? I appreciate everyone coming in and speaking, but we also know that there's been a lot of discussions outside of just here, and this is an open topic being reviewed. But I think this will be something really good for us to understand in the future, knowing that we have a pressing issue here that's been brought up. It would be good for us to be kept in the loop of how this pans out. I think many people, myself included, have a fair bit of interest in it.
I guess that would fall under the scope of review and renewal of district curriculum.
Or potentially goal setting,
Yeah.
district goal setting.
What classes are offered isn't curriculum. The classes that are offered through the course manual that are available, that's curriculum. How the master schedule is put together is separate from that. It's what classes are gonna be available in each year, and that does change a little bit. So approving new courses or removing courses from the course manual would be something that we would present to the board for a vote. But building the master schedule is something that the board delegates to the administration.
Okay, that clarifies, that helps you.
I think there's some opportunities with the
Yeah.
Teaching and Learning Committee to do a deeper dive into what a good governance, not managerial, role could look like. So I think this is a step in the right direction. Any other comments on teaching and learning and business services?
We didn't touch upon the business services, but I also think that would be valuable committee to have. I'm excited for both, personally.
Thank you. All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, move on to the next item on the agenda. Like peanut butter and jelly, we got the approval of the revised board calendar to reflect some of the changes and the really great feedback that you guys provided. By no means is this immovable and can't be changed, right? But this just gives us some structure as we look down and forward. So is there a motion to approve the amended Board of Education meeting schedule for 2025 to 2026?
So moved.
Seconded?
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing no discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. The next item on the agenda is the Parent-Teacher Advisory Committee presentation of board commitments. So I'll give a little explanation on this. Basically just hoping to get some direction from the board on how committed we are to the role that we'll play in the Parent-Teacher Advisory Committee. And I understand that we're still waiting on additional information. But there are also some pieces that are pretty critical for the PTAC, so that may become time sensitive. So I guess I put you on the spot. Steve, do you have any inclinations to when the legal folks will have some recommendations for us?
I would love to give you an idea. All I know for now is that legal is likely to recommend that the Parent-Teacher Advisory Committee is separate from the Behavior Interventions Committee. Behavior Interventions Committee typically deals with students who require special education support. Sometimes their behavior can be a little bit trickier, so they are likely to recommend that those are separate, but I don't have the guidance that we need yet. I apologize. I've been in touch with
Out of your
legal and-
control.
Yep. So keep asking, and I hear that it's coming. I just don't have it yet.
And I think from where we had left off, we tentatively were talking about a May meeting. And at the time, I had appointed Eric to be the head of the PTAC, but from my understanding, you wanted to rescind that appointment from our past conversation. So I don't know if you're still interested in serving as the chair for the PTAC or.
I offered to rescind, I didn't mean that then. That wasn't my intention to convey that. I'm happy to leave that up, so if somebody else is dying to have it, I'm happy to share the responsibility.
Excellent. All right.
Do we have a template from another district and how it's worked successfully in the past?
Yeah, so Huntley actually put together a really nice PTAC. Theirs was interesting in that it had 80 members, which seemed like a lot to manage, but they used it as like almost like a town hall. And they gave a really nice, and I can forward you guys the presentation that they gave the last division meeting, but the focus was that while PTAC in policy stipulates that it review functions or particular parts of the handbook, the Parent-Teacher Advisory Committee for them did a lot more than that. And so it was an opportunity for parents and teachers to be appointed to a public minute recorded meeting and then actually weigh in on issues that would ultimately be referred to the board for consideration. So they were, they used it as a sort of tool to take ideas and put it to action. And so they cast, I think, a really large net. They meet quarterly. I think in practice, again, that would be like the extreme of board level commitment. If we said, hey, this PTAC could be something that has 80 members on it, meets quarterly. That might be a lot for Eric to manage. But at the same time, I think what that could look like, I'm interested in feedback from you guys, and like if there's any.
I can help Eric, who needs help with it, do it that often. But I do wanna consider the staff that have already been doing it for years. I don't wanna just, we probably need their input, they've been doing it already for years. I know we talked about that last time, and so we wanna, just not come in like a bull in the china shop, so to speak, but, since by law, we're supposed to be doing it, we do need to make that, you know, that transition. So I don't know if you can give us any input, Nick, you know, on the teachers that have already been kind of leading this. And is this something we would just take over from them, or how will that work? I guess that's what I want to ask.
If I could jump in for just a second.
Sure.
On the calendar, it was just approved, it looks like PTAC on April 16th. So, because we are under a little bit of a time crunch.
Oh, sorry, Steve, that's for a workshop. The
Okay.
PTAC could be an alternate.
Gotcha. Part of what PTAC typically does is recommend, or review any changes to the student handbook, and there is a group that's done that. I have a group of administrators who are, you know, willing to do kind of a presentation of any changes to the handbook. We subscribe to the IPA model the Illinois Principals Association model handbook, so it's pretty well vetted already. But if there's any changes, we could certainly present those, and at least for this initial one, because I saw that presentation by Huntley too, and that could replace town hall meetings, could also potentially replace CAC. I don't know if there's a need to have CAC in.
Yeah.
This first one, I would recommend maybe just focusing on the handbook issues so that we can get that resolved and then kind of move on. But in the future, if it were to take the place of CAC, serve as kind of a town hall where there is the opportunity for dialogue back and forth, I think that could be really helpful. It would just be a matter of you know, setting those dates.
Yes, that sounds like a nice approach.
What would the logistics be of sort of merging the existing PTAC and CAC into one new, I guess, Beth, do you think that would make sense? Because some of the issues described seems like
Yeah.
stuff that CAC.
No, that would
already
be fine,
doing.
that would make sense.
So just essentially the people
Bring it
on
all
this,
together.
currently review handbook, the people that are on CAC now just have to meet in a public open meeting, and,
I would recommend
Is
that the
that
board
fair?
just do away, terminate the CAC
Yeah.
committee.
Right, if we're
Because one
gonna
of
be
the things
doing,
that-
Transition.
I'd say transition, yeah,
transition.
that's a better word,
One of the things that Huntley did was just made it open to the public.
exactly.
So there aren't people that are assigned to that, who have to commit. It's whoever shows up and depending what the topic is. And if I remember correctly, Huntley kind of announced a topic that they were talking about, AI or facility work or something like that. Whether it was kind of a general presentation to start with, but then it was kind of open. You could ask questions about that or anything else that was going on. And the one in the spring, one of the ones in the spring could always be dedicated for student handbook changes. So I would think of it not as maybe melding them together, but just kind of starting fresh with a new approach to PTAC.
How many people are on
Well,
PTAC? I don't know if anyone calls it
We
that.
had 13 at the most at one time.
13, oh, okay, I thought it.
But it would be fine to do, you know, just transfer into this.
yeah.
But I
That
guess
makes
what I mean
sense.
is give the people that are currently on CAC an invitation to PTAC.
Yeah, yeah.
right?
Well,
That
yeah.
makes sense.
Yeah, I can do
I mean, our last meeting, we only had 3, so it's not
Okay.
like we're.
So it's not like, it isn't like there's 70 people there. or
Exactly,
something. Okay.
exactly. The hope would be that more people would come to this because it would be a broader, kind of a broader
Well,
thing, you
let-
know, more.
Can I ask you, are there any issues that the Citizens Advisory Committee has raised that would be, in your meetings so far, that would be applicable for the upcoming conversation that we should at least consider as part of this handbook revision cycle?
Really, there was, you know, it was mentioned about what, one time, one of the guys, anyway, his daughter had been told she got a low grade, but it was like, it was okay because you can retake the test, and he felt like she should have had to work harder on her homework. I mean, that's the closest thing to,
that.
that's probably the closest thing to having to do with the handbook. You know, you gotta study for the test and pass it the first time. You're not getting 3 chances to get an A on this test, kind of thing. And I don't even know if that's really.
That's set by the department
That's
level.
kind of like-
typically, yeah.
I can't think of anything that.
Not
Cell
really.
phones is the only thing that I can think of. I mean, I know that's a policy that's been raised in, let's say,
No, we
public
talked
forums
about
at
the
least.
new, we talked about the new, you know, the school needing more, the high school needing more. We talked about, nobody wants their taxes raised, obviously, and things like that.
So cell phone could be a topic. I would wait until the spring legislative session's over, because there's a lot of talk about bills that have been proposed that would ban cell phones, and they went from completely restrictive to all schools in Illinois to now giving schools some local control, so I think that's a really good one, but I would I would recommend holding off until legislative session is over, and any bill that gets through, at least we know what the language is and what the rules will look like.
Would we be able to time that with the approval of the handbook in time to know the outcome?
Probably not. I don't think that will get finalized until mid to late May, and we really need to move a little quicker on the handbook, just so we can get it finalized and ready for next year.
And that's actually an item on the agenda, so we're getting there. But
Is the handbook digital, or, so it can be updated, or does this have to be?
Yeah, it's digital. Yeah, we've had paper copies in the past, but they've all schools have moved to digital now. It's on our website.
just a comment on the Parent-Teacher Advisory Committee. So it maintains a state-required seat as a board standing committee. And so what that basically entitles it to is a little bit of a different treatment than like a district committee would look like. So from like a mechanics standpoint, what that looks like is having appointed committee members, minutes, and then it be composed of parents and teachers. So just so I'm on the same page, so I make sure that we do everything as we should, the Parent-Teacher Advisory Committee, the board is comfortable having there be actual appointed committee members on that committee, right? That sounds okay with everybody?
It sounds like that with the option for the public.
It
to
would be a
not only
public
attend,
meeting.
but participate.
I think, and that's something from like a management standpoint of that meeting, that yeah, like our policy committees, the structure and style that they're held in is almost like a workshop.
Yeah.
It's just real casual. So I think that yes, the only thing is and just like a key delineator here is rather than it be a revolving door of whoever decides to show up, at least if we did uphold this idea that it's a committee with appointed people, these people would be accountable to that committee when it meets. And then there could be more people that could attend publicly as they would, weigh in, but that be at the discretion of the chair to facilitate. Does that sound like an okay process? Or, I mean, I don't know that we have a ton of movement on that, and I just want to make sure that there's realistic expectations for it, because again, it's a standing board committee where Citizens Advisory was a district-led committee, so there is some differences there, so.
So what do you mean by the public being involved? They're being involved in asking questions, right? Or they're being involved in actually creating the handbook?
So like, sorry, go ahead.
I mean, you mentioned Huntley, so I'm just using them as an example. I'm assuming that we would follow something similar, but they have an application process for any teachers and parents in the
Okay.
community who actually want to be part of the committee. They can apply to be on it, and then they can be appointed to the committee and basically serve on it with board members, with the superintendent.
Oh, okay.
And that's the Huntley model, doesn't mean that we have to follow that, but that's kind of how that can look.
Is there a limit? Because that could kind of get out of hand if you have 100 people.
I don't think there's a limit, but we could set whatever we thought that was necessary.
Yeah.
I would think for like, yeah, like a committee, like the number of members, you probably don't want more than 6 to 8. Because again, if you're doing a vote to make a recommendation.
It'd be like herding cats after a while.
It'd be a real challenge, right? And again, because it's a standing board committee, there's an opportunity for public comment. That's required by Open Meetings Act. So how that public comment gets handled, again, could be the discretion of the chair, and it could really facilitate a nice town hall structure. There can be two-way dialogue as long as we're just conscientious of following that agenda and Open Meetings Act structure. So, which again, I don't think would be terribly difficult to do, but you know, just so I want to make sure everybody's on the same page on this. Does that structure sound okay to this board?
6 to 8 sounds a little low to me, just if we're going to set a cap right now.
We can workshop, I don't think we're
I'm
making
fine,
any decisions.
yeah, I think delegating it to, I think at that time is good. Any other discussion on this, guys?
Michael, just if it's helpful to know this, in the past, this was done through Spartan Senate, and then there was a subcommittee that reviewed the handbook where students, teachers, administration was part, and then they broke up into committees based on the topic or the part, the article of the handbook. Worked with students to know kind of what worked around their schedule. I'm not sure you're gonna get that many at 7 p.m., so sometimes it was 7:30 in the morning, sometimes it was during the day, but really around their schedule. So this work was done, it just looked different previously.
And I hope like that information, right, like that's information that would be, I don't think we wanna mess with the standing infrastructure. I think it's just a matter of taking that information and then the PTAC using that as the basis for, that topic or that discussion.
So I think in the past, we came and presented in front of the board, like any changes to the handbook, so I could see, maybe you invite a spokesperson or students to come present that information, changes that were proposed. If you're gonna have them continue doing that work at the building level, we just need to let them know whether they need to do that work or not.
How many people did you have doing it?
I don't remember off the top of my head. We were broken up, but I would guess there were around 5 on each little subcommittee,
Okay.
based on topic.
And PTAC's function primarily is an oversight committee more than I think working. So I think like the development, just like with our board now, like, the admin do an excellent job producing information and then it goes to the board. It could even, like if PTAC met, had information, presented to it, said, yep, we're gonna endorse this information, then it could flow to the board as a whole on consent agenda, and it's just gone through that process.
I can see it as a great opportunity for Mr. Wright to present potentially. I think he's out there somewhere, so volunteer him, but also to have students alongside, give them some ownership in it.
Right, now it cracks it open to the
Yeah.
public, yeah, absolutely. Any other conversation on this? I know there's not a motion, this is more of just a general discussion. And I know there's one other item here, just seeing, we'll go to the behavioral intervention intended outcome. Approval in looking at this, I don't know that I want to host a motion on this, especially since there's still some legal pieces that we're waiting on. Like parent-teacher advisory, the state of Illinois has governed very clear outline on how these committees are to exist and what their role is. But I think that we would be really wise to take the recommendation of the administration. Because behavioral intervention involves a lot of moving pieces. And to do this correctly, I think we need to make sure that we're sitting on an oversight piece to satisfy the state rather than blurring the lines with more management. But is there any conversation related to this that you guys have or questions?
I guess my only thing would be back to what I said earlier, because I know, going back to the case with my son, he was in basically what the kids called the bad kid group, because he got put over there because he was very intelligent, but also didn't want to listen because he thought he knew better, and it was a lot of things like that. So I'm wondering, how do we differentiate between children that they may have a learning disability or they may just be functioning at a higher intellectual level and not being challenged to determine why they're having these behavior problems? I
Sometimes
guess
it's-
that's very interesting to me. Like, I don't know what I don't want to say protocol is used to determine that.
Yeah, sometimes that can be really challenging, right? Because sometimes students at that age can't, especially younger students, can't verbalize that,
Right.
they're bored, and that example of your son, that's real. I mean, that's happened, throughout my career. So, we do our best to gather information. Students who have an IEP, who receive special education services, there's always an evaluation process and an assessment process that goes into that. So there's a lot of data that's collected already. For students who don't have that, we try to collect as much data as we can. So, getting information from teachers and looking at their academic record, their behavior, discipline record, involving parents as needed. So we try to gather as much information as we can. And again, with younger students, sometimes we have to make some guesses about what's going on because they can't always verbalize that and it's not always apparent. So, those are things that the Behavioral Intervention Committee can and does take into effect.
And where could that cross over into this other, the PTAC because the parents, getting parents involved so that the parents can, you know, make us aware and also bring, you know, these issues up. I mean, I guess what I'm saying is, I was pretty young when all this was going on with my son, and I kind of really didn't know what to do.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking of young parents that might have a child like this, how we can help them. You know, I don't know how these two things connect, and I guess you have to wait to find out. from the
Still getting a lot of
legal
information, but like the
aspect of it.
PTAC, we've had a behavior interventions committee for years. But it's something that the administration has taken care of. It's typically falls under the Director of Student Services. So the current director, Meg Thurman, did that last year. She's planning on doing that again this year already. So, and there are parents on that committee that are invited to attend and give us feedback. Not really on their students in specific, but can weigh any other changes or developments that happen, whether it's changes in legislation or protocols. So we do get parent feedback, have already, and we would continue to do that.
There'll be a really nice opportunity with that as well, being an open meeting, so it'll be open to the public, they'll have posted minutes, so it'll be really, I think there's some great chance to make that really accessible, so, and to showcase kind of some of the good work that Beck's doing. So yeah, so good stuff there. Any other questions on that?
Just to clarify, there is no approval tonight, we're waiting. to
Yeah,
get
the
some
language,
legal-
apologies, right, we're gonna wait to see what legal comes back with. Unless somebody has a motion on it, I think we should just, at this point, move on to the next item. So 8.01, goal setting workshop for April 16th. This, I was looking to get some input from the board, so I'm gonna solicit a motion to self-facilitate this, rather than use IASB to facilitate it. Is there a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded, any discussion on this?
I don't even know why we're so far ahead.
Any comments on if we should or shouldn't bring IASB in to facilitate that or not, or if we think we can pool resources together and do it ourselves?
I think we can pull resources together for ourselves.
I would agree, because then I have kind of a long spiel in the document.
Go
so
ahead,
I was something
spiel.
shorter.
Go ahead.
But I have an idea as to how
Spiel.
this might be able to work. I prepared this, and I guess the reason I prepared something is the gist I want to get out today is I think that once we have this meeting on April 16th, we need to come with some goals, both at an administrative level and a board level, in the back of our mind. Because if we start at square one, it'll be a really, really long meeting if we don't have any sort of, if there's been no brainstorming or independent study and thinking in advance. So that's why I think between now and April 16th, if we each compile a list of goals individually to share with each other on the 16th, we'd have a much more effective meeting than if we were to sit down on the 16th and basically go sit in separate corners and think about what goals we want to see and then share them with each other. That was just some thinking I had, and I sort of wrote out a plan I have if this is helpful.
You don't want to stay till midnight on the 16th.
Prefer not, but if it needs to happen, it needs to happen, you know?
That's right.
I think this is good.
Yeah, all in favor of preparing for the meeting?
So yeah, does this look like, so first we sort of do some brainstorming, then we classify them into superintendent goals and district goals. And then I guess I just want to get some confirmation that these are the three houses for our goals, because we've been talking about it a ton. We have the superintendent evaluation instrument. We have the district goals matrix. That's a phrase I made up. That's referring to the thing that was in section 5 of our meeting today. I think it was 503. I called it a matrix because it looks kind of like one. And then we've got the superintendent contract. Are there anywhere else that goals are housed, or did I get them all?
Policy referenced goals, but we quickly corrected that. So just making a comment on that, I think we changed the language, if I remember right. Policy chair,
It's a link now.
it's a link.
So it should hypothetically take us to the district goals matrix.
Right. Also, the website
Hypothetically.
has a lot of
If you
information
think
on there
this
too.
meeting's gonna be short, you're
So I would think
living
that
in
if it's gonna point to a link, the website would house.
This is gonna be a long one, but it'll be less long.
And we're setting goals at this, this meeting. The goal of the meeting is to set the goal. So we're not necessarily setting metrics for those goals, are we? Or should we come with, should we come to the table with metrics on top of that?
Okay, so I was just gonna make a comment.
Your expectations here.
I was gonna make a comment, I think, at least from my perspective, rather than maybe coming to the meeting with like a written out goal, we may wanna just think about outcomes. And then you can write goals to achieve those outcomes, because the outcome can be at least the baseline metric that we might look for, and then obviously the administration, and as we talked about through the superintendent evaluation process, will help provide the measuring tool. But if there's an outcome of we want to see X, Y, Z, then we can collaboratively work towards writing the goal, like the wordsmithing of it. But then we can kind of take, there's this nebulous cloud of outcomes. Maybe there's 6 or 7 that go together that we can do here, 3 or 4 that go here, and so on and so forth, and a couple outliers that we don't include. And then we can work together to work. That'd be just a comment.
The outcome is we want students to feel recognized for their achievements.
Sure.
And then we back into the goals.
I
They're gonna
guess-
get us to that.
I'm not sure I understand the difference between them. So could you give an example?
Yeah, so if you were to, I'll use a non-school goal. I want to make sure I only eat 3 M&Ms per day. Okay? Or it may be, I would like to control the amount of, or maybe the outcome is, I need to make sure I don't eat too many sweets.
Eat healthy.
Oh,
Eat healthier, yeah, eat healthier is the outcome.
so more broad concepts.
Yeah, and then we can come
Okay.
together and say, yeah, I agree, there's a financial outcome we need to look at. There's a building outcome, there's a student achievement, there's a celebration of students outcome.
Sure.
And then we can figure out how do we want to go about writing a goal, whether it be an annual goal or a long-term goal, and then there's incremental annual steps to get to.
And in some ways, I mean, going through the goal setting process we did last year, if the board could just agree on those outcomes, then you can get a lot of assistance from the administration who can help you say, and here are the things that are effectively gonna get you there, and they can really help write those, those goals. So I think it was a great clarification.
Our existing strategic plan, do we see this, how do you envision, Alex, because you made the sheet.
How would I envision it?
How do you
If
envision
it's
it
me, I
playing
guess
with this?
stick with the original plan, or at least I understood the original plan to be of we keep the domains and the goals constant year over year, and we rotate out or modify the performance indicators and the update. So I guess we kind of have the district goals matrix established, is how I understood it when we made it. That was a long-term thing. So we'd focus more on superintendent evaluation instrument contract, and also maybe some performance indicators. Because when IASB was here, now I'm sort of backtracking, but when IASB was here, they said that our performance indicators seem more like goals, and the goals seem more like domains. And the domains were also kind of domains.
So something.
So I think we need to work on specificity a little bit more.
Well, and like to your point, like when we did have IASB helping us through the first 3 workshops we did in January, and I think we got a lot of good takeaways from that. One of the things that was brought up was we've got the strategic plan, we've got the strategic design, we've got the portrait of a Spartan, we've got the portrait of a graduate, we have, there are a lot of pieces to consider. And so like in terms of how I see this workshop being facilitated, I think what we'll need to do is aggregate all of that information for that workshop. That's gonna be like the burden of that agenda. And then I think we can get lost in the just absolute immensity that is all of the already existing moving pieces, but we should really try to focus on, Alan had mentioned, just the outcomes, what we want to see and over what period of time, so that way that can flow into our superintendent evaluation contract, as it would just normally. And then from there we can build out, so.
But to me, the performance indicators in our goal update seem to be the same as an outcome. But that's what I would interpret to be an outcome, such as update the district's curriculum review cycle. Is that, or is that not?
I actually see it the other way around.
No?
But I mean,
Okay.
it's maybe semantics, but like if you look at the goal for teaching and learning, student preparation, it's really,
Promote
like the
success.
first 4 words in that sentence. Promote success in academic and social and moral setting. The by doing this and how are we gonna do it for performance indicators is all the how. But it's like, what are we trying to do here? We wanna have successful students academically and socially and emotionally. Okay, there's an outcome.
Okay.
How are we gonna do it? We're gonna need some help from the academic experts on how we do that with our students, some of the administration staff. But that's the outcome that we might say we're looking for.
Okay.
And we could probably, I bet if you went down there.
Switch it.
Yeah, well, you do have to build out the goal, and how are you gonna do it? But first you have to have kind of vision of, there's the star, the North Star we're going towards. Okay, we set that, and now we can set a course, right, because we know where we're aiming.
Is there, and I think a big part of this is gonna be creating a really comprehensive agenda that very clearly outlines what we're trying to facilitate. So that work, Alex, like in looking at this, I see that there's sort of an agenda that's standing out from this, but do you have an idea of what that agenda will look like? So that way we can, because if we're gonna self-facilitate it, you know, we're gonna host an agenda, and that agenda is gonna hopefully be really clearly followable and over a set period of time with a desired outcome. So I think taking this and using this, do you want to entrust that in me, or is this something that you have a stronger opinion on, having brought this up? Or does anybody on the board have a strong opinion on what that agenda looks like if we self-facilitate, like components that you'd like to see on it?
I have a vision of how I could see this working by self-facilitating.
So
I would
what-
be happy if the board would like to sort of host it to an extent. If you think that would be helpful, Michael?
I think what would be really good is if you could, if with this work, if you could transfer this to a sort of pseudo agenda that you thought, if you could send it out to the whole board for their review.
Would that be helpful?
Sure. Then what I think is we could aggregate individual feedback, not contemporaneously, to maybe blend that agenda into what will be the
Yeah.
self-facilitated workshop. Because that ultimately is the challenge of not bringing in, you know, a paid third party, is that they do that work. So if, you know, to some, I know there's some opinions, but, so if that works, does that work for everybody? Do you guys like that? And then everyone will have an opportunity, like we already do with the agenda, but I'd say really look at this one very critically, for feedback before April 16th.
I mean, my big takeaway that I really want to stress is I think it's important that we do some work before the 16th. We have some sort of a concept.
And having that workshop agenda roughed out is, I think, really the lion's share of that
Yeah,
work.
so I guess I could try to get
Alex, I think
something
that'd
out
be
as soon
better.
as possible.
You know, actually.
Sure, yeah, that'd be great.
Okay, excellent.
Does that work for everybody? Alan,
That's
that work for
fine.
you?
Perfect.
Or if anyone else wants to, that'd be a home of.
Keep me looped in.
Yeah,
I'll have some input on it.
Yeah.
Sending agenda is not, we can talk about that all we want. Taking action on it is further issue we follow in play.
So I feel like we have some good, I don't know that we need to facilitate a motion on this, I feel like we have good general consensus on it. The last item on the agenda, and this was more of just a time-sensitive piece, and we've already sort of alluded to it in some of our other topics, but board expectations for the student handbook. So policy 7190 just outlines the board to approve the handbook. I know that there's been, like with curriculum, a lot of work that's been going into the handbook development, and I understand that we're talking about the parent-teacher advisory that may eventually have an impact on that work, in hopefully a good way. But in the meantime, I think that it would be wise for the board to, at the very minimum, just slate that as an item on the agenda, the regular agenda, unless we think that we can get PTAC off the ground and review it in an advisory role. And that's, I guess, a question to the admin. What's the drop-dead need-by date for the handbook to be approved by the board for it to go into effect?
figure
Yeah.
out the print dates when the companies need.
I think it's just the sooner the better. And I don't know that there's gonna be massive changes, and somebody alluded to, maybe Beth alluded to earlier, we're not talking about building this thing from the ground up, right? We have an established handbook that's been vetted by the Illinois Principals Association. And I could see this being like a pre-regular board meeting, like 5:30. You know, present kind of committee style, and then the board could approve it as soon as the 22nd, you know, at that regular meeting. I don't know that we need to go that in depth, because there's not a ton of changes today. That's just a suggestion.
I think my preference is just to have a presentation, just summarizing for us what's changing, just so that we're aware, so if the community's asking us, what's different this year, we're not caught off guard, but I think you guys have got the vetted process down, that at least through this year is gonna get us through that process.
I agree.
I think then the work that the PTAC does could be focused on next year.
Right.
Okay, so we all seem to, any other comments on that?
Cover letter changes and a copy of the handbook.
So
The
it'll be
whole
a-
thing would be a draft copy.
I don't know if we'll have a draft copy. We need to know that the board supports the changes that we're recommending before we can send that to be included and have that, the full draft. So it's not like a red line.
Okay, that's what I was envisioning. but-
No, we would break out, here are the changes, and change one has to do with dress code. We're just
Gotcha,
making that
and
up.
then you go make them, and then,
Once the board's seen that, supports it, then we include it in the updated version.
And then we'd have it as an agenda item, host a formal vote. It would take, again, that would be a one-off, and then next year it would take a little different structure, so. And it's, seems like everybody's on the same page, that that's a good way. So we'll try to slate it on a future agenda item, as convenient for administration. There's any other comments on 8.02? Seeing no other comments, is there a motion to go into executive session for considerations of appointment, employment, compensation, discipline, performance, or dismissal, as well as litigation when an action affecting or on behalf of the public body has been filed?
So moved.
Seconded.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? So, to your point, Alex, I did get some information on this, and the reading of the full language, we have to flesh out, but we can still host this motion without having all of it included. As long as we cover personnel and litigation as those two highlights, that's information. And I can share some more with that guidance with you outside of meeting too.
okay, what about evaluation of legal? I guess, because that was in,
Let's see.
that's my concern.
I don't think that falls under.
Yeah, it was,
Under the full thing, the long one.
because I'm looking, which exemption? Because I see exemption
So
1
the
and
first
exemption
one.
12.
Appointment,
Right, so
employment,
exemption 1.
Compensation, discipline, performance, dismissal of specific employees, specific individuals who serve as independent contractors in a park, recreational, or educational setting.
Yes.
Specific volunteers in the public body or legal counsel for the public body.
Right, so reading that entire statement, I did confirm with legal just for, and it's ironically taking more time to explain what they said, that we don't need to read the whole thing than it is to just
Okay.
host it, but the gist of it is, we don't have to read the whole exemption. We can just read the first few words and go into
Okay.
executive session, so. Any other discussion? All right, Kelly, would you call the roll?
Santu,
Yes.
Shiloh,
Yes.
Popple,
Yes.
Evans,
Yes.
Kratos,
Yes.
Jones,
Yes, ma'am.
Ruda.
Yes.
Motion carried.
All right. Thank you, everyone, for
Yeah,
being
I
here.
can see.
Yes.
go? Okay. All right, we're back in open session. There's one more item on the agenda. Go here. The approval of the approval of the personnel report, reemployment of first, second, third, fourth year non-tenured certified personnel, placement of certified personnel on tenure, reemployment of part-time, non-tenured certified personnel, and could include employment, resignation, retirements, terminations, leaves of absence. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
It's moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing no discussion, I'll call a roll call vote on this.
Hubble,
Yes.
Evans,
Yes.
Grados,
Yes.
Jones,
Yes.
Santu,
Yes.
Shiloh,
Yes.
DeVito,
Yes.
motion carried.
We've reached the end of the agenda. This meeting stands adjourned.